Offer holding at 64 so far. There's not really a ton to do here. Again, we need to be able to push below 50s for any expansion potential. Just waiting for someone to get caught off sides. There was some mild absorption into 50-55 on NQ, but really nothing that we can play around until we can either establish above 70s in bid for our move back up to 90s with the potential for a look over if we can squeeze, or just a push below 50s and then reoffer below these sellers should give us some acceleration downside wise. Until then, you're just stuck here at VWAP. Holy moly. Yeah, man. Not good. I'm hoping we accelerate a bit in a second. Testing into our 50 now. Let's see if this edge low holds or if we can start to build below. Russell testing into VWAP, watching to see if that's our resistance. Oh, man. I'd like this to push down to 420. Got to be careful about 27. Yeah, I took off one Patel. We'll see if we have to retest 450s first. There's a good chance that we have to do something like this. I'm just going to keep an eye on our reoffer and our value low. We're going to get that continuation down. But we've got a really nice base to now build. Again, watching 450 to 445 basically is our offer point for a continuation down. And then if we break below 430, should be able to get that move down into like 415. So watch, see if we get a secondary move here. Testing into offer no. There's potential that we might need to wait for Russell to find its low, or sorry, its high, before we actually get this secondary move. Watching this POC here at 44.90 from PVZ. Looking for this offer on NQ, ideally. Need to lose a bit of momentum here from buyers on Russell for the confirmation, or we could go up a little higher than you might want. But the general idea is still just, can we hold our value low edge and do seller step in? There's a huge selling block above us that we just developed out between 50 to 60. So far, so good. I'm risking off one more here into our low. And see if we can get some continuation on a look below 30s. Again, you've got your bid set, your bid is sitting there at 30. Watching to see if it gets pulled or if it gets taken. Unsure as of yet. Was that reoffer just value low? Yeah, basically. Yeah. With Russell also losing some momentum. We've got someone trying buy side at 440. So we're watching to see if the offer can lower down into that from 50s now to 40s. And if we can take from 40s down to 30s, right? That's where we can start to see acceleration because we have sellers now actively trying to step down on the ladder. We have new 15s opening now, 5 seconds. There's room for us to revert back up if we don't see this look below 30s and hold here into new 15s. So just keep that in mind. We need to see them push below, or we can come right back up. To fill this gap is what I'm looking at on footprint. Right, so we want to see sellers be able to push below 30s here, or we can rotate back up to fill this poor structure back up into our sellers that are very clearly above us into this 50 to 60. Below 30s, we'll look for another 15 points down into 415 short-term target. That 415 is the 415, 420 is just POC from our mother bar candle on the way up. So that's why we're looking at this. It's where we want to go. If we can get this leg below 430. Until then, probably need to retest 50s again would be my guess if 30s continue to hold. Watching Russell into POC up at 45.9. Yeah, you'd want to see, because again, like we've got this bid who's trying to defend 440 right now. So a buyer who's trying to defend 440. We know that there's a seller up at 50 to 60, right? What do we want to see for sellers to continue a push down? Either like very quick acceleration through this area, or we want to see sellers moving down, trying to shift value further, right? So from 50 to 60 to then 40, and then a break below 30s. We'll then have those buyers who loaded up at 40s off sides, and then we have room then to kind of fill structure below us. But without that, we're just kind of stuck between this 30 and this 50, 60. I know it's not a huge range, but it is what's being given right now. So watching how we reoffer again into this. It's very clear on footprint here, like what we're looking at, of why we can expect that if 40s hold, we can fill these neutral deltas here and then come back up into these selling deltas above. It's just like, okay, well, we're just headed back up because we defended POC from the candle before, right? That's probably the easiest way to look at it. It's like, okay, well, if we can't get below POC and we're holding POC on the open of the new candle and we're holding our value low, right? These buyers here, then we're going to rotate back up to where sellers were before because they've failed at the lows. So even if this is still a overall bearish trend, we still need to rotate back up here because we failed at the lows. So now we have to come up and retest to see where we're going to go from here. Is it going to be a downtrend break? Can we build above this selling block that's right here? Or is this just going to reoffer the same thing, trap buyers up in the highs, and then we take out the low on a reoffer below 30s, right? Like that's kind of how I see these situations and why I'm more than willing to risk off size into our lows because I don't know if we're going to be able to break, right? So I have to take risk off.
Hello, everybody.
Up.
Not much.
Welcome to the chop.
Thank you. I'm very thankful to be here.
So 60 offer held, push back below, just coming back down. Nothing, literally no shift. It's just what we just talked about. We failed at the lows, right? So then we just rotated back up to where we know seller value is. Seller held, pushed us back down. Now retesting POC from previous candle at that 30. So we're waiting to see what happens. Russell rejected POC. It's rotating down, watching to see if we can break below or if we hold a higher low. No change, just first risk off if you did short 60 to 50. Again, need to show a very clear willingness to trade below 35 to 30. I think on NQ for anything more downside wise. Other than that, just a waiting game.
I did the thing where I put yes at the beginning of the message. What an idiot.
Sig, in regards to psychology of trades, how do you measure a position being up a good 10 points but leaving stop loss at break even after taking profits? Well, if I've already taken profits or taken some off, then it's just about being like, okay, well, what's the idea here? Is there room below that we're looking for? So if I've already taken profits off, I'm probably pretty happy, right? And now I'm just looking for the ability to leave a trade to run for free, which is the most important thing for me, is like taking off initial risk and then making the trade free. So the psychology is that I've won, my trade plan worked, and now I'm looking for a secondary target, right? Like it's not about anything else. I don't know if that answered your question, but like a lot of the time, like again, like if you're only trading one lot of of like a mini, then you might want to switch over to micros so that you can scale out. You're gonna have your emotional state is just gonna be so much better being able to risk off 5 lots into the bottom of the range instead of leaving it for break even for a potential move that goes longer. You know, like I just makes sense if that second target hits regardless of missing more profits, you'd be content because you played it out. Yeah, and there's always another opportunity. I mean, sometimes I miss lots of points, you know, it happens all the time where I play into my target and then, you know, that target holds for 5 minutes and then that becomes supportive and then it keeps going, right? And that's okay because it either gives me another opportunity that I'm willing to play or it doesn't. But like my trade plan worked and I made money, right? So like if I don't see the opportunity, if I don't want to take the opportunity to get back in, that's on me. But what's there to be mad about if I followed my plan and it played? I don't. I can't see the future, right? It's like what we were talking about last night. It's like it's only hindsight. It only feels bad in hindsight, right? Like we don't know if it's going to go higher. We don't know if it's going to go lower. We can look at like the odds of it happening based off of what else is happening in the market, right? Like if we're in a downtrend, that downtrend might persist. But I have to take profit into our known buyer or seller because I don't know if we're going to be able to push lower than that. And am I willing to give back all points possible for a potential line on my chart? And usually the answer is no. I just don't have that in me to be like, no, we're headed to this area. Like I don't have the blind stupidity to believe so much in my target that I'm willing to give back or go like insanely red on a trade. I don't understand how people do that. Like you believe so much in a line that you drew on your own chart that you're going to be able to influence the market with your one lot that we're going to go directly to target. Like to me that just like seems fake. So I'm going to take profit where it makes sense to me logically and I'm going to de-risk. Hopefully that makes more sense. It's like it's one of the reasons why I have such beef with like Elliott Wave and with like higher time frame traders who are like, no, we're headed to this place. And they'll scream at you about it forever is because they're so insistent that that's where we're headed and they will put their life savings into it. And it's like, no, man, just play the range. Like play the opportunity that's been given to you. There's no reason to basically gamble when there's a very clear statistical outcome, right, between a buyer and a seller. We take advantage of those areas. Why look for more when you don't need to and you can make money?
But my ego, Sig.
Yeah, I don't know. That's how I approach it. That's definitely not for everyone, but it's like take the opportunities that are given to you. And the more you do that, the better you're going to get at finding those opportunities and it adds up, right? Like I don't need 20,000% trades if I can find areas where I can make 30 to 50 points every rotation, right? Like that's good money and that compounds very quickly. I'd rather take the for sure trade, right, than the what if trade. But yeah, that's why I'll leave a runner usually break even because it's like, okay, we've made our profit. We've fulfilled our objective, which is trading to our PT, right? Like what we thought was going to happen played out. Now let's leave room to have potential for more, right? But I'm not putting full size on that, but I'm giving it the opportunity to play if things look like they could keep going down. So we still get a little bit of that gamba in, right? But we're still taking money out off the table to play with for later. So you get rewarded still, even if you are right for your secondary targets. And I think that's like a good compromise that you can make with yourself, which is you can be right with your ego, and you can also be right by making money. Just have to take off some risk, and then be happy that you were right. And then when you go back to journal, maybe you'll see something else, right? Be like, oh yeah, maybe I could have held because of X, Y, and Z.
I think that was something that I used to like really struggle with, and those who have been along for a while know that. And I'll say like that's what helped me be able to just make bigger trades in general. Um, I've gone from being like so much of like a micro scalper to like 1 to 2 like big trade a day kind of trader because of that. And it's less risk with like much more reward of just like understanding, oh, the area I'm hitting, I don't have to be so like I don't know, like anxious or like my read is good kind of thing. So something to focus on.
Yeah, play your setup, go back and journal it, see if there's something else that you could have seen to be able to be like, oh yeah, I can hold for longer. Nothing invalidated my play. Nothing invalidated any of the things I was looking at, and all it did was hit my objectives and then continue onward. How can I be more prepared in the future to know when I can stay in a play or when I can't, right? And that's what journaling is going to do for you. Like I now can see the things of like before I exit this trade, I'm going to go through my checklist and we'll see if it still meets all of the criteria that I originally took the play off of. If it does, okay, well, now where are we headed now that we've met the objectives? Right? Like that's the kind of like the line of thought that you should be going through of like, okay, well, where can we go now? What needs to happen? Where's the shift of value? I think like one of the biggest things for me, Grotto, that helped was like understanding the difference of like a relief bounce and a reversal, right? So if I know that there's potentially liquidity there and I want to be taking off some risk, but I think that the sellers are still stronger above, then I can suspect a relief bounce, but then look to then add that position or still leave a runner on because I don't think that the downtrend will break, right? If we're in a scalp for the downside. It's like, oh, okay, I expect some relief and I expect to lose some points here in the short term, but I don't think that the buyers have enough strength yet to reverse this move overall. And so me staying in my average from higher makes sense still to then play this down further because the downturn isn't broken, we still have strong sellers, et cetera, et cetera. And that's another one of those things where you're just going to have to like be able to evaluate your trade in the moment. And that just comes with screen time. So 30's held, seller stuffed. If we can push over the 60, there's potential for us to rotate back up. Testing into our 60s now. See if we can actually get a bid to hold above, or if this guy just goes off sides and then we rotate back down. But I think with this guy stuffed at 30s, there's probably a decent amount of potential for us to rotate back up to 90. Just watching for a secondary reaction here from buyers.
So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we are expecting comments from ECB's Villeroy, who speaks in New York.
75 would be first PT. Good hold and bid off 60s. I'm gonna grab water real quick. Be right back. Again, this is first target here into 70, 75. Above that, we look 90, 95.
Very interested in this ES85 reaction.
All right, got our full rotation off of the failure for sellers to push below, and then clearly absorbed, and then the rotation up. As soon as we got the bid over 60s, we were able to then rotate fully through our range. Into our 90 now. We can keep going for sure. We just need to see a lift over 95. There's just very clear, someone very clearly taking in above that. So building up here is going to be pretty key if we want to continue up higher. We can just see how much has been taken in up into these highs. Right, so how we build up here will be pretty telling. We want to actually be able to push. I think I'm gonna look for a rebid of 80 if we don't see a
In 10 minutes
strong
time now,
buyer
at
be
the
able
top
to
of the
push
hour,
off of
we expect
this.
comments from ECB's
Russell
Villeroy,
doing a
who speaks in New
rotation.
York.
We're watching to see if this does an oscillation here where we're able to hold for another push up. If this can hold into this low, that might give us the fuel we need on NQ for another rotation like this, giving us another bid on NQ with Russell holding our low. Sorry, it was a little jumbled. I think if buyers aren't able to pretty aggressively hold this 90, then rotating back down to 80 for a pullback is probably what's going to happen on NQ. Immediate bounce on Russell into a bottom of range for oscillation, giving NQ a bit more room. See if we any follow through. It's slowing down a bit.
Sellers tried to step in there on 83 ES.
So gold rises 1%
Buyers
to hit a
over.
record high. That's $2,745.35 an ounce. Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Villeroy.
Big retests here at the open.
Russell top of range, full oscillation as NQ tries to build above 90. We'll see what happens as we push up into this high. so far holding POC on new candle. Very important that we're able to build here for buyers on NQ. Holding POC so far. Remember, POC is the yellow box on Footprint. So just like we talked about in class yesterday, we're watching to see if we can see a shift of value here in Russell, where we can maintain this high, or if this is going to trap buyers at the highs, and then we look back in for a rotation through the range. So it's very important that we're able to build here, while NQ is just kind of balancing up into the highs. Really want to see Russell be able to bid and then go for this rotation into 48. If not, right, then we'll be looking for this look below and then rotation through. As of right now, though, looks like the bid's fine. And again, as long as 90s are holding, we're okay. It's your most bullish response. But if we drop below 90 and that offer pushes down, I do think a move down into 75, 78 area, right? Like this, just yellow box is where we'll have to pull back before we get a decision. And then it'll have to be a recovery of 90s. So just keeping an eye on that. Not enough action for me to call out one way or the other, just watching for how we build.
Keeping an eye on Nvidia and Tesla here. So they're trading POC. We have our indices into resistance still. The SNQ just basically dojis.
Again, the way that I see this is that if we don't see a very strong bid at like the 78 area, then we're just gonna rotate right back down. Like it's, you gotta find a buyer here and then push us back up. $15 until new 15s. Got our bid at our pullback area. Now looking to see if we can sustain above 90s. Need to break out of the structure. Still just an inside bar on our mother bar. Watching to see if this flag can hold here, or again, if we're going to rotate all the way back through this candle.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
New 15s have opened.
60 counterparties take $237.76 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
So got our bid into our pullback area, and then 90s was able to hold. This is now retesting our highs on NQ. If you did take either a trade from 90s or our pullback into our 78 area, this is your first real risk off into our highs. Russell is still maintaining our pivot that it needs to hold. We're waiting to see if we can break out. Understand that we are still just trading inside a inside candle on a 3-bar structure into our absorption at the highs. Right, so we're waiting for a breakout, but we do have a seller above us that we do need to be able to push through and show a willingness to trade. So until then, this is just a good area to either look to take some risk off or wait for
$238 billion, the lowest since 2021.
price to kind of build out like this, right? You can look to the left and see this absorption that we're going to need to be able to push through. It's going to be a bit of a fight. Just going to mark this as like a gray area, just so that we're aware of it. We're just waiting for this 3-bar to break. You guys have any questions, or are we good? You all following along with what I'm talking about? Are you trying to leave a runner for the break, or are you taking profit into 500s? What's everyone's deal? Or are we not touching this range, waiting for something a bit with more speed? Gotcha.
No touchy for Bruce.
I have one runner left from 88. I'm just watching to see if we get a break or not.
Decent size two-sided trading on 85 on ES here. Like Sid keeps saying, we just need the oomph. Stop flex. Thousand contracts over the spread there into the offer. Yes. The sellers are here.
ECB's Villeroy says inflation persistence is no longer the sole or dominant risk. Villeroy says there is a risk inflation could undershoot 2% target, especially if growth is weak, and inflation could be at target in early 2025. And Villeroy says the economy is still on course for a soft landing, but no takeoff in sight. ECB's Villeroy says the ECB is not behind the curve, but risk of cutting rates too late is bigger than cutting early.
That's funny. Is ES into primary higher time frame sell
Villeroy
zone
says it's
now?
too early to say where the ECB terminal rate may be.
You have a lot of room, but understand where we are.
Need to get over 530 for me, or this is it. Short term. Watching our retest here now on NQ into 518.
ECB's Villeroy says there's no reason for rates to stay restrictive in 2025.
This was full target for me based off of pathing. So again, like if we can get over 30-35, there's probably room.
So
Until
Channel
then,
12 Israel, citing sources, says the army has completed its preparations to attack Iran, and it seems that it will be
this is
within
it for me.
days.
And there's our trade.
Just like we talked about yesterday now with ES up into this 90, you have to just watch for aggressiveness of sells, or if the bid can step in. There's plenty of room above, but this is where we start to expect sellers to be.
Good bid and push over 30s. I think that there's probably room. If we can now muster for a move up to 615. Personally, that's what I'm going to be watching for. Pullback and then I'll look into that. We've got some liquidity resting here on NQ at 555 to 575, but I think over that, then we've got room. So just going to be keeping an eye on a pullback, just a little bit of a squeeze there off of the look over 30-35 and then bid. See if we can find something. Think ES probably has room to 900 if we can hold 90, 91. Russell has room to 30-second opening range high into 250 to 30 if we can find a bid here. Basically just looking at this. Oops, wrong tool. So I'm just going to be keeping an eye on pullbacks here. Ideally, we find bids at this 35.40. Anything lower than that, it gets a little iffy. We're going to keep going short term. But this is the pullback we were expecting off of the liquidity that was into 555 on NQ. Now just waiting to see if we can hold this as a pivot. We push down into 35. Again, watching like 91 on ES for pullback at the same time. Just hit our resistance here that I already have marked out, right? Now it's just looking to see if we can flag here. Same thing, of course, on NQ. Hit our liquidity. Now we're just pulling back to our previous pivot. Russell still maintaining, looks fine. See if bids can step in here on NQ or if we'll see a shift. 45 seconds until new 15s. There's a very solid chance that if we don't see a pretty strong bid at 35s here, we pull back down to 25. And then look for liquidity there. And then we have to get back above 35.40, or that'll be our offer point. So how much are you risking to get a confirmation on either side, or do you wait for the confirmation before getting in? Well, I was already in from the low. We followed the plan. So now this is just a pullback buy. I'm already up on this trade, 7 points. Just looking to see if we get any continuation or if this is all we're doing. Not much else here.
I think for just a rule of thumb to, like, for if you're risking anything for a confirmation, then you're not confirming. Your entry should happen after. So I really recommend trying to think about trades in two ways, where you have a setup and then a trigger. And like a lot of people enter on their setup. Which is I think kind of what you're asking. And the trigger is that we confirm over or under said level or zone. And losing a couple points on the trade in terms of potential capture means nothing when it's saving you from 5 points of risk on uncertainty. So I would do like a mentality shift to kind of how you're thinking about it, if that makes sense as well. I'm just gonna call you Paper. My Paper. It's a good name.
I don't know. I mean, this is a pretty understandable, like this is where buyers needed to be. It's POC from previous candle, and we're in an uptrend. So it's either they look back to this area and then we hold here off of a pullback, which we already thought was going to happen, or this is going to rotate all the way back down because this is a squeeze candle up, right? So either we're going to get secondary buyers who want to hold the candle up that we just squeezed through, or we're going to retrace this and fix structure. So this is, to me, the only area where I'm interested for a pullback buy. Because if they're not here, again, I'm looking for a full retracement of this area.
ECB's Villeroy says anchored inflation expectations are key to central bank credibility.
So you can see how I played it, but man, it's nothing special. It's a good first risk off as we push back up into our value high of that candle and the imbalance fill on the deltas, right? Into 52.50. Watching to see if this is going to start to diverge with Russell now holding this as
2
resistance
p.m.
for a
Eastern
rotation
time, we
through.
expect comments from ECB's Ren, who speaks in Washington at the PIIE Macro Week event.
Up to you to either move stops up or take risk off here. Just our high where we know a seller is. Why is watching footprint of NQ more important to you than any other footprint? Is it because the majority of the market is driven by the big names in NQ? Yeah, yes. It's also what I trade, so that's what I'm most familiar with.
Well, RTY divergence here, this value high test should be important if we get a next leg on ESNQ.
Got to get over 66 and make it supportive. my next area. Again, my higher time frame target is just a I'll be at like 615. That's just a fib extension, so it's nothing crazy. See what I mean? Like, does that risk feel good there? Yeah. Buying 35s, selling into our 70 feels pretty good to me. For those that aren't in Discord for whatever reason. Original trade, off of looking for the 3-bar break, taking profit on the 3-bar break, adding back in at our 35s, taking risk off at our first offer, taking risk off on a new high break. Looking for that pullback and then continuation. And again, why can we look for that continuation play? Well, it's because we broke out of a 3-bar to the upside. We held POC as supportive. We pulled back to POC, held POC, and then continued onward. This is a strong indication of trend continuation in the direction that we want to go. We have buyers where they need to be. We look for pullbacks in trend. We know that we have a seller above us here at this 55 to this 555 to 575. We can see that on footprint. It is being marked out for us on our footprint chart. We need to be able to get over 75s if we want to go for a higher continuation target. We see that Russell is diverging and that we probably don't get smooth movement until Russell finds that low. So it's just a slow grind up. You either can stay in with a runner while this is happening, or you can wait for Russell to find that low for a larger, faster movement on NQ. And then you can get back in once we find that low and we regain momentum. It's up to you. We're just in trend, right? So I don't know what your risk is. I'm just playing the things that I'm talking about. Yes, yeah, that's where this red box is coming from. It's from when those big sellers stepped in. You can see that on footprint as well. It's also why, if we can get over 75s, I think that there's a high likelihood that we come back up to that like 615 area, because that's where that first initial seller was on that day, club. That is the bottom of that next area of liquidity.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Ren, who speaks in Washington at the PIIE Macro Week event.
Probably put one here as well. See if Russell can break the downtrend. Club, I didn't see that message before you retracted it. My bad, man. Into our 75 target here on NQ. Again, if we can lift above this, I think that there's a pretty good chance that we head up to 596 and then that 615. Those were my larger time frame targets for this 15-minute 3-bar breakout. 75 is the top of our sell-side liquidity here, though, short term. See if Russell can break down trend to help with this move.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Ren.
50 seconds until new 15s, guys. New 15s opening now. Got a buyer who is at this like 65 to 70,
ECB's Ren says
looking for pullbacks
rate
there
cuts are
short term.
coming and the speed and scope is
News
due to
coming out
silent
now.
data. The growth outlook has weakened and this could increase deflationary pressures. Weaker growth could increase deflationary pressures.
So
A soft landing seems plausible for the euro area. Euro area disinflation is well on track.
See if buyers can be here in this box, or if we're going to have to rotate down. 75's held. Again, news is coming out now, so see what we can do here. I think if we don't see a strong bid be able to lift us over this, then rotations back down to 55 to retest these sellers is going to have to happen. Good bid and hold, look above. There's your pop. You played off of the 65-70 hold. Great area to just move your risk. Move your stops up. At least break even at this point. Looking for 96 above us for continuation.
Yes, traders, this is your primary target at 5,900 off of the trade through 85 and then through 90 target here. I will make an intraday update. that the picture thing is happening.
It loaded.
Bringing the image over. I had to.
Oh, got it.
It's fine. I just literally right click one more time, but or Control V.
Sauce. There's potential for a pullback to 87 here. Just keep that in mind. Just keeping an eye on that area. If it's going to bid, I'd like to see it happen here. Retesting offer here into 92. Yeah, ASAP. See where POC is on this candle? It's above us. The first like kind of divergent candle we've seen in this trend so far. So we need to build this out. Mm-hmm. It might need it just to flag confirm with how large this uptrend has been. I'm just keeping an eye on 75. ES and RTY also showing that same movement. So just pulling back to our previous bounce. Right back to our pullback area. Let these things find bottoms. Just retested POC here. I'll look to potentially add if we can get back over 75. If not, then I expect one more leg down. You have the offer attempting to drop there at 75, so that's why I'm curious to see what happens. But I think if a 75 bid happens, then we easily push up to 90s. And if we fail here, it's probably a move down to like 45. So that's why it's important to figure out which way we want to go. Right, either push and then bid like this, or move down into like 45 and then figure out where we want to go. I don't know. Almost to target here into our 40s. if you are looking for that short because of the failure over 75s, then we need to watch to see if this bid can hold into 40s. So it's your first risk off. So we come down into this yellow box where we're looking for buy side liquidity to be present. I have it labeled as 47 to 40. It's just a rough area where I'm looking to see if we can hold. Understand that RTY still has not found a low, but there's potential for a double bottom here if it does. To still have room down for full oscillation though. ES coming down to retest our breakout at 94s. So far bidding at our 47. New 15's opening now. Looking for that look into 40. Never mind. I'm just gonna flatten out my last contract there. Got our bid where we wanted. Now we're just waiting for a secondary reaction. A little bit of relief off the 15. Yeah, but I just closed my short. I didn't actually long. So, I mean, we'll see if it pays off. Either way, I think we need to get back over 75 for anything real. But either side of the trade played, which is good.
Bid looks okay here, yes.
Yeah, so far patience is paid today. I'm not mad. Everything that we talked about on stream has worked, and that's what matters. That is what matters. What's up, Kowalski? I'm glad everything's all right, man. Jeez. I'm personally not playing this again. Just gonna wait. Too slow for me.
Once again, I think we're to pay attention to underlines here, as we're kind of like under our higher time frame pivots on indices, but into daily kind of like structure up here. Apple, Microsoft, testing back towards kind of their value. Apple is still above, but under yesterday's value. Could not accept in. Boy, this is gonna be a good story time. I can already feel it.
That sucks, man. Ugh. I don't know. I mean, I'd definitely try. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. "35 seconds until new 15s. I am flat. It's a little too slow for me. I don't know. We're holding where we need to, but I'd like to see Russell break the downtrend.
Well, there's such a mixed bag in underlines right now as well. If they start moving together, I think we can get something directionally biased or unbiased. Excuse me. I really don't care, but there's too much push and pull right now.
Starting to wonder if we need to like go for a
NYMEX
liquidity
diesel
grab
November
into
futures
like
settle at $2.23
25.
a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $2.07 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.31.
Like something like into here. And then shoot back up if we can trap someone. Kind
And
of what I'm
NYMEX
looking
WTI
for.
crude November futures settle at $72.09 a barrel. That's up $1.53 or 2.17%.
We'll see what happens. Too slow right now. But that's kind of what I'm watching for, is that move down into that 25 area. Because if that doesn't hold, then that 20 to 30, then it's just a full rotation of this entire squeeze up back down to like 500. Oh, sorry, Sauce. 520.25, the value of the mother bar. Yeah. I'm just looking at it as like where our last like buy side was on that candle. If we're not just gonna like fully retrace it. So like the 530 was where I was looking for a bid last time on the way up. So I would like to see if like that area can just hold again. So if we actually go back down and look at that area, I'm basically just looking for us to take out this area right here, Sauce. Do you see that? This like the neutral area is what I'm going to call it. And then basically come into that and then go, if we were going to lose this 40 edge. Basically just, yeah. Because like if we don't hold here into our value low of that candle and just take that imbalance and then ride with it, then I just feel like we just come back down to fully retrace the candle. Like it's kind of our last line of defense. Kind of how I view it. I mean, we're holding still where we need to, but God, is it slow? Like not worthwhile. And with this action here, it just looks so rough. Like we don't have enough people trapped on either side yet, and potentially buyers trapped into the highs, but sellers, sell-wise, like I'm not seeing enough to cause a big break to the upside yet, right? Like we just really haven't trapped enough liquidity below. Yeah, kind of like an LBN, exactly. That's how I've been treating them. Especially when we have buying deltas on either side of that like LVN like structure, right? Because then it's like, okay, we just push through that spread and that's why that area is thin. So I'll treat it as like a buy zone of like where we need to fill and then we look for the buyer into the low. So far it's been working, but it's something new that I've been looking at. Yeah, that's basically as we push into 20s, you want to be putting on initial position if anything, and then on the way up you add to full position. That's the only way you can treat it like that. Or if you don't want to take the initial plunge into that area, then you're waiting to see if someone gets caught. If someone gets caught off sides and then we reclaim an area, then it should be a pretty solid secondary attempt, right? So yeah, you won't get a fill. So like the way that I would look at it is we're looking for a grab into this. So you either take on an initial position and then second position here, or you're just looking to see sell side trapped in this low, and then we play a secondary buyer, and then we can be more confident in this long because we know someone's trapped in the lows below. And as soon as we recover this, then it'll be for a pretty confident bid for upside if we do get someone trapped in the lows. So you have like two areas to kind of play around with it. If you don't like the risk of looking for that just like quick scalp, then you can just wait to see if someone gets absorbed here and then play this back up. It's usually how I look at it.
And Brent crude futures settle at $76.04 a barrel. That's up $1.75 or 2.36%.
Lower risk, lower probability knife catch, or wider stop below wick for high probability of going in our favor because of the suspect. Yeah, it's hard to want to do a wider stop there, but it probably makes sense. I don't know. My issue with a wider stop there is that, like, if it's too wide, then we just rotate back down to that 500, and now you're just like eating 20 points for no reason.
And sometimes if you're unsure of an area like that, instead of doing a wider stop per se, you can just add.
Yeah, that is usually my way to go. I'm more than happy to like risk 10 points on one contract and then just like buy the higher low adding. Then adding 3 contracts, an initial bid, and then potentially being down 30 points off of 10 points of risk. Like, that's just rough. No one wants that. All of a sudden, like, a small paper cut is like a huge chunk of your daily P&L. Watching for reoffer here, new 15s in 30 seconds. We've got a seller trying to push down into 540. We're waiting to see if they can hold this on new 15 or if we're going to need to come back up to POC of this candle into 50 beforehand. So what I'm watching for here, guys, is can we recover 50s or is this going to hold its offer into the next 15-minute candle that opens in 10 seconds? I think that we probably have one more leg down unless we can bid over 50s as soon as this new 15 opens. So just watching for this this retest here. Testing into POC of previous candle now. See if we can look above. Russell into bottom of range, important. Seeing if we can, that loss of momentum's gone and we can start to rotate back up. That'll help with NQ. If this doesn't show a break it down trend, it's going to be probably just more of the same where this offers. Then we look for the push down. So waiting to see if we can get this bid. Because if so, then this guy's trapped here, and that might be enough to break this downtrend short term. Again, we had that guy who was trying to initiate sell sidewise at 540. Okay. Choose, please. Retesting our 40, see if we can get the look below and then hold for sell side, or if this is going to be able to flag here, and then we look for the push over 50s and bid. There's nothing I want to trade between 40 and 50. Either side, I want to see a reaction on the look outside of this area, this yellow box. That should give us an idea of where we're headed. And again, like the reason I don't want to trade anywhere in between here is that we've got this seller here that we want to look below. This guy negative 120 here. We have this buyer above that we don't want to be buying into until we can see a clear bid above, because this is just absorbed. So just two-sided trading below and above. Below and above. I want to see clear retest, and bid secondary buyers or sellers. Anything else is just this. Sellers attempting again at 40s, so far being absorbed. See if they can accelerate at all. Get me out of here.
Well, on the bright side, underlines haven't shifted or moved at all.
Out half here from 40.
Yes, coming back down towards 90 here. I'll be on edge. And Q coming back towards value high.
Yeah, we can just wait for the reoffer at 40 and just play it down. You don't need the full range, but like it just makes sense. See if this absorption into 25 holds. Later, man. The ill. Again, on a look below this 2025, I think that we just go to 500. So there'll be a secondary drop here if bids can't absorb sellers into this and then rotate us back up. Expect kind of a rotation like this to need to fully retrace this move that we did up. I'm gonna delete the short pathing now that it's played. No, I just closed my short, Robert, into 25 from 40. I don't trade SPX. $50 until new 15s. They are trying to absorb here into 25s. It's just a matter of can the sell side get below it and then hold it as resistance for the full retrace of this upside move from the breakout of our 3-bar where we originally took a long, or can we hold here, trap the seller, and then rotate back up? This is pretty much my pivot. Like, it's here or nowhere if we were going to trap a seller. If not, then again, it's just full rotation of the squeeze candle that we had to the upside. And here's that rotation. Watch to see if 25 now holds offer. New 15's opening now. Enough. Don't know if it is.
The euro falls below $1.08 for the first time since early August.
Retesting POC of previous candle here, watching to see if a bid can step in over 25 now and hold. Might have enough trapped in the lows for something here if we can hold 25. If not, then it's just going to be more of the same, where we, again, target would be 500. Watching for something actionable. I think what you're looking for sell side is a step below 20s and then that offer to hold for continuation down. And I think for bids, we want to see 20s hold and then we want to see a push over 30 for a rotation back up to 50. Kind of what I'm looking at right now. So this is just our new pivot box.
At 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Lagarde and Governing Council member Panetta, who participate in a panel discussion on the future of cross-border payments, faster and safer together. Safe and inclusive fast payments across borders during the IMF WB annual meetings in Washington.
Yeah, exactly. We just need to see a secondary buyer step in now over 30s, or it's kind of moot.
Just trying to get active again here on ES. Two-sided trading, 90. Still really no underlying shift.
The buyer trying here at 30s. Let's see if they can do it. What we don't want to see is this look above fail. This is your first target here into 40, 45.
3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Lagarde and ECB's Panetta, who participate in a panel discussion on the future of cross-border payments, faster, safer together. Safe and inclusive fast payments across borders during the IMF WB annual meetings in Washington.
Out half here. Looking for 50 above for next risk off if we can get it. We lose a lot of interest if we break below 37 here. I'll probably take one more off into if we break below 37, and then just leave one runner break even at 25. Just waiting, watching to see if we can flag here. Hmm. Never mind. I'm actually, instead of risking off one at 37, I'm just taking one off again here into our highs, and then just leaving one runner for 50. It is what it is. Makes more sense.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lagarde and ECB's Panetta.
Mm, 30 seconds until new 15s. This 45.50 is where we saw sellers get or buyers get absorbed last, right? So we got to get through this if we're going to go any higher. I think if we can build above 50 though, then there's a lot of potential for us to just do the full rotation back up. I will look to re-enter if we see that. Regardless, I take off into 49. Yeah. Might just take off here, to be honest. We don't really have any participation until back down at a 27.30, so if news gets volatile, we'll have to look back to this. Right, it would be something like this. Just waiting. So for me personally, it was worth looking at this area as soon as we identified that this guy was trapped, and then we started to rotate back into our range. And then we knew that any look over 30s would give us the ability to then accelerate, which is what we did. And then we just rotated back up to our previous offer. And we were risking off into this area because this is where they were sitting, right? Last time. We need to see a very clear bid and push above if we were going to go any higher. But yeah, Russell holding our rotational range still, no change there. And ES trying to recover our 94s. I think if we can build over 94s, we can look for 97. Over 97, then we can rotate fully up. But until then, you're just retesting ADR here as resistance. So any look back below should be bearish. But if we can build, awesome. We do this pathing back up to ETH high. I am flat on NQ. Again, this was just playing once we identified the trapped seller at the lows, and then just looking for a long continuation, keeping my risk at that 20, my stop, and then just averaging in. And then once we started to hold 25, we felt safe, and then played into our 45.50. Now we look for a secondary bid if 50s can go supportive.
You want some ES speed here to clear back towards 5,900.
Mhm. We either look back into 30s here or we look back over 50s and bid. Again, want nothing to do with this area personally. Just waiting on the rest of the market to figure out if it wants to flag here. Okay, want to swing a spy lotto put if we can back under 510 area. Feels like rotate back down to range. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Held where we needed to, held our 40s on NQ, ES held our 94, pushing into our 97 target on ES now. Russell top of our range, looking to see how we react here. Ideally, we see a better retest and bid on NQ for secondary buyers than what we're getting right now. Things look fine, but I'd like to see a bit more excitement up here. We were going to get the full rotation. So watching our 50 edge for a retest. My concern, Club, is that if we fail into close and sell, that it might be a longing opportunity rather than a selling opportunity for an overnight move with Tesla ER. But that's only if we don't push into close. I don't know. We'll see. It just gets a little wishy-washy. Because we're just back to supply again, right? Like, it's nothing crazy. But if we do start to show some acceptance here and we close and then Tesla has good ER, like, this is going to be a big breakout. But if we push down, if we don't push down, like, we're still just in this range. Like, we're trying to build, but you can see, like, we're just selling again, the exact same areas we've continued to sell over and over and over again. So there is potential for another rotation to the downside. I think Tesla's the catalyst, right? So it's hard to predict when we have ER. I don't know. Ideally, we get the pullback into close and to like the mid or bottom of range, and then tomorrow it just bids with Tesla ER, and then we go up, and then we break out of the range. Like, that's like your perfect scenario. If we like push into close, it might just be net neutral. I don't know.
Classic kid statement there.
Good bid from 50s, pushing new high. Sadly, I am not in this. I looked away for a second. Yes, should go for that 900 into ETH high, I would assume. I'm sorry these rotations have been kind of slow and far in between. Kind of out of my control, but things have been doing. It's not been a bad day.
No, I feel like I haven't said anything. It's like 2 areas.
Yeah. My dog's throwing up. I can hear her. She's betraying me right now.
Okay,
Right
Sarah.
back.
Sarah.
I can hear her hacking in the kitchen. Like just hacking up fluid. Like spit. I don't get it.
Perfect.
Don't get it at all. How much time do we have left? 15? MOC in 5 minutes, guys. New 15's opening now. This is our last 15-minute candle of the day. See if we can hold POC from previous candle here at 49. RTY oscillations are still good. They've resulted in a bid on NQ every attempt so far into bottom of range. Good hold and bid so far off of 50s, 49s, whatever you want to call it. POC from previous candle. Looking back up into our high now.
One minute till we get the market on close.
Full rotation into 65s from 40s holding. I didn't play this, but it's just the same range. MOC coming out here in a second. 10 seconds. MOC is out.
So market on close imbalance, the S&P 500, a sell side of 780 million. The Nasdaq 100, a sell side of 185 million. The Dow 30, a sell side of 342 million. And the Magnificent 7, a sell side of 178 million.
Sig question as I journal. How do you use view up to your advantage? I do understand
So
acceptance
4 p.m.
above or
Eastern
below.
Time, we get Texas Instruments Q3 2024 earnings, estimated EPS at $1.36, and estimated revenue at $4.11 billion. We also expect comments
I'll
from
talk after
ECB
this guy
Lane, who gives
finishes.
a speech at a seminar organized by Columbia University.
Okay, so I do understand acceptance above or below can usually tell direction, but how do you measure it and what time frame should I focus as it relates to scalping? So I personally use a 15-minute Globex VWAP and a RTH like 30-second, 1-minute VWAP, just so I have an understanding of like where volume is on the day itself, right, in RTH, as well as where volume is kind of been for the entire session, both Globex and regular trading hours. That is a personal preference that I've found to work for me. I would do something for yourself and go back throughout a couple of your trading days and look to see, go through like a couple different time frames and see if there are any sort of patterns or interactions you can see with how that time frame VWAP is interacting with price. I found that the 15-minute has a lot of trading potential on Globex. Personally, for 15-minute candles, I use it as a reversion area more so than a like we're going down or up kind of thing, but like as a price target of if we pull in if we've pushed or pulled away too far from it on a range bound day, I'm looking for that 15-minute VWAP as my target for relief. So it's more so like that. Where like when we get these large upside moves, I will use that 15-minute VWAP as kind of our target of like where we should be risking off, because is it even on here? Yeah, it is. So for like these areas, do you see how like this is the purple is their 15-minute VWAP blowback? You see how we pull away from it and then we look in and then it kind of just we fade, right? And then we pull into it and then we fade. Do you see that, Grotto? So for me, this is where I want to be risking off longs in a downtrend, because we have now reverted back to our mean. So if we're in an overall downtrend, I'm looking for a reversion back up to our VWAP, but I'm not expecting anything more until I can see like a sustained bid above. So I'm just risking off, and I'm looking for then a lower high and then a reversion back down if we're in a downtrend. If we're in an uptrend, right, we're looking for this VWAP to become our supportive level on any sort of major pullback. So when we get this look below and then we get a strong look above off of a big buying candle, I'm then looking for this as our pullback level for it to be supportive. So that's really all it is that it's either our reversion target if we pulled too far away from it in a trend down or a trend up, and then for a reversal, I'm looking for it to show acceptance above, usually a full candle above like this on a 15-minute, and then we look for pullbacks into that area as where we're looking for relief. And that's usually how I interact with it. I use the 15-minute for a larger time frame stuff of like my larger targets, and then I use the RTH VWAP just to give me a general idea of where price is likely to revert to on like the shorter time frame. Like we can see like I'm gonna have to go back in time here, I think. There might be, I don't know how much interaction we actually had with VWAP today on the smaller time frames. Just watch it real quick and see. But usually this is like my reversion target of where we're headed. And this is where I want to be risking off any sort of shorts until I see clear acceptance below. And so it's just like becomes a reversion area. That's all. Just keep an eye on VWAP. You see how we're just kind of finding buyers as we approach it? So that's usually what I'm looking at, is just like, is there a buy-side interaction there or not, right? And when we push away from it, from below, I'm going to be watching for sellers to be located there as well, because if they're averaging in or averaging out of a larger position, you'd be expecting them to be doing that at a VWAP level or a TWAP level, which is a time-weighted average price.
At 4 p.m. Eastern Time,
that's just like some easy algos that are run.
Who gives a speech at a seminar organized by Columbia University. We also get Texas Instruments Q3 2024 earnings with an estimated EPS of $1.36 and an estimated revenue of $4.11 billion.
But I've been finding the 15-minute VWAP incredibly useful with Footprint on ETH. Really been loving that. Just as like a gauge. Especially with the market that we've been trading. I don't know how useful it'll be in like a straight up trending market, but in these like very choppy range bound markets, that has been a really nice target, because usually most of our move is done in like 2 major candles, and then it's just kind of like chopping for the rest of it. So if we can find where that like pullback area is after we get these squeezes up, right? Like that to me is super beneficial because then it gives me just an area to be like, okay, like we look for buyers here. This is going to be like our best chance, our best area to be risking off our position and then looking for a potential reversal to start happening. And then we then use our price structure where we look for the right side of the V and the higher low, right, around this area, right? So it's just like what Mario was talking about last night at class, where it's like his zones are more of an area where to start paying attention, and it's the same thing for me about that, like the VWAP area. It's like, okay, this is an area where I want to start paying attention because I know that there's a lot of potential for larger time frame and bigger money players to be participating around. But it's nothing like, there's no like set rules, right? And the more you like start to develop strategies around it, as like coming back down to a VWAP as like your one of your variables in one of your plays, like you're gonna get more comfortable and have a better understanding of like when you should be interacting with it and when you shouldn't. I know that was kind of like a long-winded response, but hopefully it was good.
So shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lane and the earnings from Texas Instruments.
Is there a good anchored VWAP indicator? Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch in our indicator suite as well. We Three Leg Goose has 3 anchored VWAPs in it at specific time frames. Specific points of the day, specifically for futures trading. Our PVZ also has an anchored VWAP in it. It has 3 of them for 3 periods in the day that we split the market up into. As well as Patty also has an AVWAP in it.
Israel's military confirms
We use it a lot.
Lebanon's Hezbollah Hashem Safiuddin, heir apparent to Nasrallah.
If you just want a regular anchored VWAP though, Club, like the best thing you can do is like there's one built into TradingView in the tools. So if you go into your tools section here, it's in the 4th column, anchored VWAP, and all you're gonna do is look for your last like up thrust, right? So your last like push up or push down, right? Like your last lower high or higher low, and you want to be tracking from that low and be looking for pullbacks towards that area. So we can just use the anchored VWAP tool here and put that on ES, and then we can look for pullbacks into that anchored VWAP, right? I would highly recommend, just to get used to it before you go crazy, is just use the tool and take it like one section at a time, right? Like the whole point of an anchored VWAP, the way that you should be thinking about it, is like we want to be tracking our most recent buyer or seller, right? That caused a shift, and we want to see if they're protecting that position. And we can think of that AVWAP line as where they would be most likely protecting or averaging into that position if we were going to get a continuation, right? So if you think about it like that, then it's like, okay, well, if we were getting a pullback, this is the best possible price for them to
Instruments earnings
average in for a continuation higher.
$7 billion to $4 billion on an estimate of $4.08 billion. Third quarter revenue, $4.15 billion, a beat on estimates of $4.12 billion. They see fourth quarter EPS at $1.07 to $1.29 on estimates of $1.35. Their third quarter EPS, $1.47, a beat on estimates of $1.37.
Yeah, like look, we're just rejecting top of our supply again. It's so stupid.
$3.22 billion.
We're stuck here forever.
Estimates of $3.17 billion. Third quarter operating profit, $1.55 billion, a beat on estimates of $1.46 billion. Third quarter capex, $1.32 billion, a beat on estimates of $1.27 billion. They still see fourth quarter effective tax rate of 13%.
The 29 package? The indicator suite has everything, yeah. I think that's what you're talking about.
So Texas
Right now
Instruments
it's
shares
$5 if you
3%
want to give it a
of fourth quarter
try
sales views lag estimate.
for our entire suite. Something that you might want to, this is a strategy that we've taught in the past, Club, but if you're familiar with imbalances or FEGs or any of that jargon, you can take if you find like an FEG that you like, or basically like a one time framing up, right? An area where we've clearly seen a strong buyer, you want to mark that FEG, and then you want to mark an AVWAP there. We're going to be looking for areas where we've like seen a very clear buyer, and you want to be then watching for pullbacks, right? Because like if this buyer is real, we are expecting them to do one of two things. Let me just mark this. And get the halfway back. This isn't going to be the greatest example, but it's worth. Okay, so let's go to like a 5-minute chart. So we get a upthrust candle, something like this, and we've marked the low. So we've taken our AVWAP and we've put that down. It's sourced low, and it's on the bottom of this candle, right? So what does it mean when we get a candle that looks like this, right? Like it's a very strong one direction, right? Omnidirectional. So there's mostly buyers in here, and we didn't have to come back and retest. So it's one time framed up, and it's created an imbalance of buyers to sellers. So we should be looking for this to act as buy-side liquidity when we come back into it. What you can do is you can find areas where we've created an FEG or an imbalance, whatever you want to call it, as well as where it aligns with our AVWAP. And we can be looking for pullbacks into this area for buyers to be looking for the best possible average price if we weren't going to fully retrace this candle, right? And that comes into this top quadrant where we are holding the mid to high of our imbalance that we've created, and we're holding our AVWAP, and then we're looking for just trend continuation afterwards, right? Pullbacks should be bought. Pullbacks should be bought if we're going to continue to trend up, because this is the best possible average price for this move in this area. You get me? So it can create really good, really easy areas to look for pullback opportunities in trend. And the same thing can happen in a downtrend as well, where when we've got like a very clear seller who's created an imbalance, right? So something like this, we've cleared a very clear one directional movement from a high, right? We've trapped someone where we've pushed over our previous high. We then looked up, we failed, and now we've rotated down. So what you can do is you can take the same kind of logic and put it at the high of the candle, change the source to high, so that it tracks the top, and we're going to be looking for sellers to be getting the best possible average price here into the top of our AVWAP, right? We're looking for this to be resistance. We're looking for this to be resistance. And you can use that as a momentum gauge to be like, okay, well, if I was looking for a shorting opportunity, I'd want to be doing it in the imbalance that was created from the sell side, and I would want to be doing it into that AVWAP as well. And so now it's like, okay, I have an opportunity of where I'm looking to put on risk, and it can create setups for you, right? Like you still want to be using order flow, but now you have an area where you want to be interacting in. So now all of a sudden you're like, okay, this is now my risk to reward, where I'm looking for sell side now specifically in this area, and I have an area where I want to interact, and now I'm looking for that lower high to get in. And that can give you opportunities to be like, okay, now I have a limited amount of risk that I'm putting on in an area where I think the best opportunity will be if this short was going to continue. Now I go to a lower time frame, right? And I can go to like a 1 minute, and we can see if there's an interaction in that area that makes sense. Shit, where was that? I think it was like over here. Oh yeah, okay. So now we go to a lower time frame, and it's like, okay, well now we have an area where we want to interact in, right? We don't have to get in here. I mean, this is a great entry, but what can we do instead? we can look for the same thing that we always do, which is a look into our area of interest, a lower high, right, where our offer is then stepping in, and then we're looking to then play that secondary move for that continuation down. Do we see any opportunities where that was an option? To me, it looks like right here, right? Looks like we were given 2 opportunities from this high, from an area that we wanted to interact in. We then see our lower high, and then our rotation down, right? So like this is where this kind of stuff comes into play. Like I wouldn't be taking trades specifically because of an anchored VWAP or something like that. But if you can then see order flow and price action that matches what your thesis is based off of these kind of like trend following tools, you can create some really solid opportunities for yourself. Yeah. All right. I will see you all tomorrow. Let me screenshot. Wait, what's up, Grotto? All right, I'm here, Grotto. Yes. Hello. Okay. So assuming it's not after hours, this is why you look at 15-minute for overall direction rather than shorter time frame. In regards to what? Sorry.
I think people need to also accept that 15-minute is a short time frame.
Yeah. When I talk about like higher time frame, it's because I'm trading on a 15-second chart. So 15-minute is pretty big for me for intraday. But like higher time frame, if you're looking for like larger structure, you don't go anything lower than 30-minute. And I usually am charting on a 4-hour for higher time frame stuff. But like 15-minute gives me a good direction of trend on the day, yeah, on intraday. 15-minute is more than enough time for me to be like, okay, yeah, this is what we're doing. Because I can take multiple trades in a 15-minute candle, but like usually I'm waiting a 15-minute period before I take another trade, right? So it's like I take a trade into a new 15-minute candle or something like that, and then we take one trade, and either I'm still in that trade into the next candle, or I'm waiting to enter another trade once I see the reaction of the close of that next 15-minute candle. So I've kind of done that in a way where I'm creating space for myself and time to get a feel for the price action, but also not over trading, right? So I'm watching for like a rebid into a new 15, and then it's like, okay, that might create an opportunity for me with something that I was already looking at structure wise. But I'm waiting for like that opportunity. And then it's like, okay, I'm either still in that trade from that opportunity, or I'm now waiting another 15 minutes for another opportunity. I break it up like that so that I don't overtrade.
I think for Garoda, your question too, like, and with that picture you posted, you have to remember what the V and VWAP stands for, which is volume. So when we're in like low liquidity environment, like Globex, especially right at the close, that settlement is going to have a lot more weight than anything that happened
At
after.
4:15
Yeah.
p.m.
Which,
Eastern
to
Time, we
what Sig
expect
was getting
comments
at
from
with the
Bank of
Globex
England's
levels,
Breeden.
like, it can show us where the
Bank of England's
actual
Breeden
people
speaks
who
on a
were
panel about
positioning
cross-border
overnight
payments in Washington.
were sitting. But like intraday, you're going to get a lot more weight and quicker signals because there's just more volume.
Yeah.
There's not going to be as much outliers. Like in that, like, okay, it's sitting like way up there, right at close, makes sense. That's where settlement occurred. So that signal is not going to be quite as strong. Not that it's not useful, but there is some I don't know, I can't think of the word. There's some nuance to the timing and placement, which is why on like reversal areas and stuff, it works much better.
Yeah, and guys, remember, just as something like with PVZ, remember we are creating 3 anchored VWAPs throughout the day, right? So we have 3 periods that get created, 3 profiles, as well as an anchored VWAP that starts at the beginning of each one of these new periods. So we can kind of get an idea of trend for that period as well. I just want to make sure that that's known. So we have like an overall idea of like, oh, okay, like this is where we want to see buyers continue to sustain. Buyers are holding, so like we don't want to be taking shorts. We're above our value high, and we're also holding our anchored VWAP, like we're going up. Oh, we're holding VWAP as resistance. We should be looking for a rotation back down to our value edge, right? Like that's all that we're showing here with like these trend things. And then again, for like the higher time frame one, I'm just looking for any sort of like larger pullback. I'm just watching for like a 15-minute VWAP as like a mean reversion target. But anything else, I'm just using our PVZ anchored VWAP, be like giving me a general idea of like how positioning is happening for this specific period, right? Because what Mario just said is very important, which is it is a volume weighted average price. And if we're tracking it from the start of Globex or the start of regular trading hours, right, the volume's going to be skewed because of the beginning of the day and the end of the day. We have a ton more volume that's traded at the beginning of the session and at the end of the session. We can show that real quick before I actually dip. Let me just turn on volume. Do we see how our volume spikes into close on MOC? Right, so we have our morning fuel and we have our closing fuel.
Shortly expecting
That's where all the
comments from
volume comes in because of repositioning. So if you have a VWAP that's for the entire day, it's going to be skewed by the morning volume and the end of day volume. But if we have a anchored VWAP that's only taking in the volume for this period, we can see how positioning is in relation to our volume profile, right? So we can get an idea of how things are we have a faster updating VWAP that is only specific to our current period that we're trading in, right? So we have an overall idea of how volume, where price is kind of being weighted on the day. And then we have a local area that is much more micro of letting us know where positioning is in our period itself. Hopefully I didn't just confuse you, but that's why that like these sectioning these off makes sense, is so we can have an idea of like where trend is currently, and then like where our larger pullbacks would be your RTH VWAP or your Globex VWAP. Yes or no? Sorry if that was confusing. Okay. And these are just tools to help you get an idea of like, I want you to be able to, the whole point of the indicators, and it's always been our ethos behind them, is just like, we want you to not have to stare at a chart and be able to go get a cup of coffee, go grab lunch, come back to your computer, and instantly be like, okay, this is where value is, right? And that's what PVC does. That's what all of our indicators are trying to do, is give you the tools where you have the same information that if you were staring at your charts the entire day, you'll have the same information if you're staring at your charts for an hour in total, time-wise, right? All of the information is plugged in for you. So you can continue to do your work, step back and be like, oh yeah, this is our value area. This is where we want to be looking for bids. Oh, this is our value high area. This is where we're going to be looking for sells. Oh, what's the overall trend? Oh, are we in an area of a potential reversion, right? Are we into an area of excess? Oh, where's our yesterday's value high and low, right? Like everything is plotted and charted for you. Now it's your job to just execute, right? Take out all of the busy work, give you the opportunity to just execute and not have to stare at a chart all day. Where's my button that lets me, oh, what's going on? All right, I'm out of here. I will see you all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
What time is
Copper
Tesla?
Yellen, when asked about challenges ahead, highlights US-China ties.
Tesla is... I don't see a time for it. Let me see if I can find it for you before I log. Tesla is Wednesday after close. Probably like 5 p.m. would be my guess. But Wednesday after close. Yeah, it's usually like 5:36, I think. All right, I'm out of here. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. P&L posted in profit and loss section on the Discord.